Looking at the winners of these 4 Freedom Awards, I see organizations
freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. The first is freedom of speech and expression.
If we have no facts, then we cannot have truth. If we don't have truth, we can't have trust.
The second is freedom of every person to worship God in his own way.
If we are challenged, conscience and belief, our very existence is challenged.
The third is freedom from want.
This is absolutely disgusting, and I'm gonna make a change here.
The fourth is freedom from fear.
The fear kills the spirit of life.
Anywhere in the world.
De wereld is nooit af, maar kan altijd beter. En wij zijn het begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Zeeland, province of the Four Freedoms and in all probability the ancestral home of the Roosevelt family. For the first time in history of the Four Freedoms Award ceremony, I stand here in Middelburg in an empty church. There are no laureates to receive the Freedom Medals. There's no audience to hear the inspiring stories about their life and work. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Roosevelt Foundation had to postpone the 2020 award ceremony. The pandemic affects us all and also shows us how dependent we are on each other for our freedom as individuals everywhere in the world. So the church is empty, but I'm proud to say that many esteemed guests are virtually with us today to honor the 2020 laureates and to support them in their cause to advance the Four Freedoms and the ideals and principles they represent. His Majesty the King, our Prime Minister Mark Rutte, Anna Eleanor Roosevelt and the 2020 laureates themselves. They will speak to us from all parts of the world. It's an honor for me to give the floor to the granddaughter of Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt.
My grandfather, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, gave a speech in 1941 to the American people to prepare them for a period of great hardship by laying out for them the four necessary pillars of democracy that must be preserved and strengthened. The vision he painted that evening wasn't just for Americans, but for the whole world. A world of peace, freedom, and prosperity for all, everywhere in the world. He called them the Four Freedoms. He was teaching Americans how to have a global mindset, how to link their lives to the lives of everyone in the world, because that was the future. These four freedoms led to the framework of the United Nations, the most audacious, the most hopeful idea conceived in the 20th century. After my grandfather died, my grandmother, Eleanor Roosevelt, carried the Four Freedoms forward as she worked with the delegates from other nations to establish this extraordinary organization. I think she would be very pleased that the United Nations is receiving the Freedom Medal today. These 4 Freedoms Medals have been awarded each year for nearly 40 years to remind us that while democracy is hard work, those who give their lives to its preservation and strengthening give us all hope and inspiration and courage. We all have a part to play. Now, here in America, in spite of the crushing events of the pandemic and the anti-democratic movements and disasters brought on by climate change, we have given ourselves a fresh start. We are committed to working with all who seek freedom and justice to build a better world. On behalf of my family, I congratulate all the laureates and thank the Roosevelt Foundation for keeping the focus bright on the 4 freedoms.
It's 7 in the evening and the TV is on. Our Prime Minister is preparing for a new press conference about the coronavirus. We're going to be told where our country has to go from here. We're grumbling. 1.5 meters is a lot, we reckon. We haven't been able to say hello to family members face to face for weeks. And we want to go out on holiday, preferably to Ibiza or Hawaii. And we want, above all, to forget that there's a pandemic going on. I grumble too, about it being the same every day and about wanting to go back to my old life. After Mark Rutte has said his piece, it's time for questions. Journalists from various news broadcasters provide commentary, some more critical than others. Questions are asked about Dutch policy. Not everyone is equally enthusiastic about it, but every question is answered, no matter how much dissatisfaction it may be concealing. Many of the questions reflect the unease, the uncertainty, and the unhappiness that also dominate the public mood. Although I don't go along with every point of view that is expressed in these questions, I do reflect on the fact that the journalists are free to make their critical remarks. It is allowed. We have freedom of the press, and we value our freedom of expression highly. Yet sometimes we seem to forget that in these troubled times. I think back to a recent report about a Russian investigative journalist called Elena Milashina. After she has expressed critical opinions on the Russian state and the way it was handling the coronavirus, her life was threatened. Her article had to be deleted. Milashina had already been attacked on various occasions in the past and placed in danger. She's currently continuing the work of another murdered Russian journalist. Despite all these threats, the incessant fear and the state's dissatisfaction, Milashina is continuing to fight for freedom of the press in Russia. It's something that I believe too many people take for granted in the Netherlands. Freedom of expression covers a lot more than what people think at first. It is often used as a trump card to justify racist, sexist, and otherwise discriminatory statements. However, it is a freedom that's also crucially important for policy and for research, particularly in times like these. We have to be able to count on journalists who can present us with the truth, critically. We learn to think for ourselves and to come at things from different angles. People are not robots. You don't have to unthinkingly accept the prejudiced opinions of your neighbor, your teacher, or the TV. People aren't just machines for replicating ideas. Thanks to these freedoms, they're capable of thinking for themselves and forming their own opinion and sharing them in the Netherlands at any rate. It's 7:15 and the last journalist has had their turn. He won't lie awake tonight wondering about the statements he made when the minister took questions. But it's very different for Milashina. The TV is turned off.
This is the building of the NOS, the national news broadcaster in the Netherlands, and inside we work day in, day out, informing the public about what is happening in the world. And inside we don't have to be afraid that the Dutch government will come and arrest us or spread vicious lies about us when we ask critical questions or if we report on subjects they do not approve of. But there are journalists for whom that is the daily reality, like Maria Ressa. But despite this threat, her investigative journalism through her own website, Rappler, has brought many human rights violations and also corruption to the fore. And she's been fighting disinformation with a vengeance for a lot of years. I think she is an example for journalists around the world, including myself. And she is this year's recipient of the Freedom of Speech Award for her relentless fight for the facts, for truth, for our profession and also for democracy.
Okay, before we go, here again is our developing story. The CEO of online news site Rappler is being arrested. You see there Maria Ressa is facing cyber libel charges.
After I was arrested, I was detained overnight. I think that was meant to intimidate me to silence, to let me feel the power of the law. I think that's when the government made a tactical error, because they gave me first-hand experience of how they abuse their power. And that took the shackles off my hands as a journalist. And now I speak. I have first-hand knowledge of the abuse of power. Without freedom of expression, freedom of the press, then there's absolutely no way to hold power to account. But there's a special challenge, and that is that freedom of speech is being gaslighted, right? Because technology has gone to a point where technology platforms are the ones distributing the news, the facts, and yet the algorithms actually prioritize the spread of lies laced with anger and hate over facts. If we have no facts, then we cannot have truth. If we don't have truth, we can't have trust. If you don't have any of these three, facts, truth, and trust, then you can't have democracy. If we don't take action now and put guardrails, regulations around the social media platforms, then we're going to look forward to a decade, perhaps a decade, of fascism. That's what you're empowering. The mission of journalism has never been as important as it is today. And I think globally, journalists have largely held the line. We've done our jobs, even as we're being attacked online exponentially and attacked by our governments. And all we can do, well, is to keep doing our jobs, right? That's all we can do.
Rappler, you are a fake news outlet, and I am not surprised that your articles are also fake.
In January 2018, the Philippine government tried to shut down Rappler. They revoked our license to operate. We're still fighting that in court. We didn't take it sitting down. If anything, it gave us first-hand knowledge of abuse of power.
Si Ressa is a fraud. You will have a dose of your own medicine.
When a president targets one citizen, one journalist, it shows a lot more about that president than it does about me. I just do my job. Look, I've dealt with bullies in kindergarten, in elementary school. I did very well because the way to stand up to a bully is to stand up. And that's what I'm doing. My job in Rappler is to hold up the sky so that my team can keep doing their jobs. And I will. Because if I don't, then I'm not who I said I was. I'm not who I think I am. I think you don't really know who you are until you're forced to fight to defend it. And this is a fight I'm ready for. You know, it's almost like I spent my entire career for this moment. And I'm okay. I'm ready. We will fight. When we step out after COVID, once the vaccine comes and we step out of our homes, you will be stepping on the rubble of the world that was. And we have to have enough courage, enough imagination to imagine a far better world, a world that is more equal, that is more sustainable, a world that we want to live in. And so this is both a crisis and an opportunity, but we need to walk in with our eyes wide open. Thank you. A lot of things have happened in the last few years, and I think what keeps us going is knowing that we're on the right side of history and that the battles we fight are existential, right? That we need to put guardrails around technology that is insidiously manipulating all of us, that we are essentially Pavlov's dogs, that we need to strengthen journalists, individuals like me, constantly under attack, but also news organizations with a business model that is essentially crumbled because advertising has shifted to the very same platforms that are enabling the attacks against us. And then finally, our communities. That's the third part, that it's essential the journalists keep doing their jobs, because I think we've actually held the line globally. But it becomes more difficult, and when communities are misled, when facts are overturned by lies, then it makes all human endeavor impossible. It's a tipping point right now. This is a critical moment, I think, in our history, not just in the Philippines, but globally. And the award that you've given gives me more strength, more courage, and enables me to hold up the sky so that Rappler can keep doing its job to hold power to account. Thank you.
The future of our children is in danger. Their home, our beloved planet, has been damaged. People from all backgrounds, generations and religions, we all have to work together as one big family to heal our common home. And taking action as one big family with people completely unlike you might feel a little scary. But you will be surprised how much we all have in common. The same fears, but also the dream of leaving behind a miracle. A livable, fertile, beautiful planet, home for the generations to come. Not focusing on differences, but on shared values, is also the guiding principle of this year's 4 Freedoms Award winner, Religions for Peace. For over half a century, this incredible organization has been advancing peace and tackling complex societal issues by bringing together the world's religions. Religions for Peace, the world needs you, and more than ever.
Our human rights are foundational for our faith systems. They come from the faith. They are necessary for the faiths. So if we lose the freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, if we are challenged in our freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, our very existence is challenged. Our very ability to coexist peacefully is challenged. Because if you take away my right to be free in the way that I think, in my conscience, and in my beliefs, you take away my ability to fight for every single other right. That's why it's important for religious actors to come together with other civil society actors and with governments in order to ensure that the defense of our freedom of thought, conscience, and belief is not a temporal matter that gets attended to sometimes, but it is a permanent matter of engagement and importance for us to thrive as humanity, as the diversity of humanity on this earth. For this earth to strive and to actually thrive, we need our freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, and we need to do it together. The worst case scenario of losing freedom of thought, conscience, and belief is that we lose all our human rights, is that we struggle for the very basic rights that we as human beings on this earth, this living planet, need. Losing one loses us all. Losing our human rights is to lose our humanity, to lose our ability to coexist on this earth, because fundamentally, again, human rights are based on the common values of all faiths. Therefore, this is the foundation on which we exist as human beings. This is the foundation on which we claim our right to coexist, to be committed and responsible, to stand in solidarity and therefore bear one another's responsibilities. I worry about our faiths. Obviously, our faiths should inform everything that we do and should be central to our public and civic life. But at the same time, how do we expose the most sacred part of who we are and still protect that sacredness? That's what keeps me awake at night. We have no option as human beings but to come together as people of faith. Religious actors have a remarkably important role to play. Religious leaders and religious institutions can honestly serve as the tipping point for our human rights, empowerment and enablement, and for the defense and the championing of freedom of thought, conscience and belief, which is then integral and the key to ensuring the intersectionality and the synergy with all other human rights. We simply have to invite to the existing spaces of mercy that have been there for over 50 years. The ultimate goal of Religions for Peace is precisely what the name says: to bring together religions in order to realize peace around the world, peace writ large, peace including human rights, peace and security, peace as in the ability to coexist peacefully with one another as individual human beings, as institutions, religious, political, social, economic, and financial, but also very much as a globe, an earth that is suffering to breathe. That peace is what Religions for Peace is committed to helping and serving religious entities to deliver. I would like to provide profuse gratitude and appreciation for the Roosevelt Foundation for having acknowledged a 50-year legacy of work in the area of freedom of worship that Religions for Peace embodies and has systematically served. Thank you so much to the Roosevelt Foundation for this precious acknowledgement of the work of hundreds of religious institutions and faith communities around the world. And thank you to the province of Zeeland, which has hosted very, very beautifully. Unfortunately, we missed being with you in person this year, but the grace that has been shared is very, very much worn around the neck with tremendous appreciation and gratitude.
I'm Gus Hiddink. I was asked by Sander de Kramer to give this reward to him. And the term is that he is a laureate. Now, I didn't know what a laureate was, but it's an artist. He is an artist. And he's also a man who won many games. As a coach, he was coach in Sierra Leone. But he made the biggest games ever by saving children out of the mines, the diamond mines, and give them prosperity in their future, providing them schools, education, etc. So I'm so proud of this man. He is playing the biggest game in his life for these children. I'm very proud of you, Sander, and I'm very honored to give this reward to you.
If you've seen what I have seen, I think everybody would have made the same decision. This is absolutely disgusting, and I'm gonna make a change here. I was in the southeastern part of Sierra Leone. That's the diamond area. That was the area what the war was about, because it was about the diamonds. I saw terrible things, and it was that children at the age of 5, 6, 7 years old. They were digging up the diamonds. They were washing the gravel. They were working themselves to death. When I saw that, and I asked them, what has happened here? What in the world has happened here? And they told me the mind-blowing in a negative way story that these were all orphans, victims of the war. Their parents were killed in front of their eyes. and their brothers and sisters at the age of 5 years old and older, they were just stolen by the rebels. They made them into child soldiers, the girls slaves. And these little boys and little girls, they were the babies. They couldn't do anything with them. So they left them in burning houses. And the ones who were lucky, because a lot of them died, but the ones who were lucky and they survived, they were chosen by illegal diamond traders after the war to dig the diamonds for them, to work for them for not only 10 cents a day. And I said, this is the biggest scandal in the world. I have to write about it, I have to talk about it on television, but that's not enough. I have to act, I have to do something about it. So I decided, if even it will be my death, so be it. But I'm going to do anything that's in my power to get these children out of the diamond mines and get them to school. We will build a school especially for them. So we have now up to 30 schools in Africa, and it is superb that so many children are going with a big smile to school every day, and they want to make something out of their lives. They want to become someone. And if I ask them, what do you want to become? They almost all say, I want to become a doctor, or I want to become a nurse, or I want to become a teacher. And I say, why do you want to become a doctor? Well, you have helped me. If you didn't help me, I would have been nothing. But now I am someone. I can help others. So that's the pay it forward. That's really, I'm proud of that. Get wet eyes for that. It was a big challenge for me to convince people in Africa that disabled people are just the same as everybody else. That we're all the same. Like, for example, in Sierra Leone, people were afraid of disabled people because they thought they might be possessed by the devil or there's something wrong with them. It's even so that when women get a disabled baby, they leave them in the jungle at a tree to die because they are afraid of them. Ali Mami was left in the forest by his own mom because he is paralyzed at one side. We took him underneath our wings and we took care of him and we paid his school fees, and now he's going to university. I have an adopted son. He was a street beggar with one arm. His arm was chopped off by the rebels. His mother was murdered. His father was gone in the chaos of war. And I found him as a street beggar on the streets of Freetown. And I asked him, what is your dream? And he said, I want to go to school. Because if I don't develop myself with one arm, I'll always be a street beggar. And I said, all right, we're going to send you to school. So I adopted him. So I arranged everything for him. And now he's a teacher himself. He's teaching children like he ever was. That's amazing. That's superb.
On behalf of government, to hand over this type of office as your symbol to show that you are permanent of this people.
The biggest appreciation they gave me was that they crowned me a chief as well. So I'm also a traditional leader now, like a mayor. And they call me Chief Oude Dibbes. And Oude Dibbes, in my city, Rotterdam, in the Netherlands, that means best friend. So I'm their best friend. I'm people's best friend. That's nice. My dream is that all human beings will live in harmony. That there will not be any child labor anymore. That people won't exploit each other anymore. That people live in perfect harmony. But that's a tough dream, but I'm a dreamer. I want to say a big thank you to the Roosevelt Foundation. This is such a wonderful honor. It's really superb. And I want to dedicate this special medal to all volunteers in the world, because without volunteers, the world would really fall apart. We need the volunteers. And of course, a big thank you also to all the people who supported me throughout the years and helped me making a difference in the world. And of course, a big thank you also to the people who gave me the energy and the power, who inspired me in continuing. Thank you. Or like we say in Sierra Leone, beaucoup thank you.
wise man once said, "We must have respect for the past and hope for the future." A wise man once said, "Good ideas always come too early, but tomorrow will be too late if we don't embrace the here and now." This wise man once said, "I, Leoluca Orlando, will be the mayor of Palermo." And he became the mayor of Palermo. And not just for the Palermitani in Palermo, but also for the Palermitani who were making their way to Palermo in a boat. Leoluca links time to identity. When you are in his Palermo, regardless of your past or your future, you are a Palermitano. His teacher once said to Leoluca, "Everyone is the other, and no one is himself." Today, Leoluca Orlando is our teacher. Let us embrace not only him, but his ideas as well, so that together we can be the other.
Day after day, I discovered that it was not possible to be proud to be Palermitan, not fighting the mafia. It was the 6th of January 1980. Piersanti Mattarella, president of the region, was killed by mafiosi and by politicians. I think that the death of Piersanti Mattarella ethically obliged me to be involved in politics. I decided to be proud to be Palermitan. Therefore, I was strongly engaged every day against the mafia. The fear produces intolerance. The fear produces violence. The fear produces racism. The fear produces fatalism. The fear produces resignation. The fear kills the spirit of life. But the role of human beings is to transform the fear into the care. To take care of myself, to take care of the others. I decided to fight against the mafia because I discovered that the mafia was against me. I discovered that it was not possible to live a normal life as a young student, as a professor in the university, as mayor of Palermo. It was not possible to live a normal life, living under the pressure, living under the government, living under the control. Before me, the mayors of Palermo were normally friends of mafia boss. I encountered fear in my life in many cases. In all the moments when police told me that I was at risk, that I was a walking dead man. I lived 6 months in a military barrack for security reasons. I consider what I did just my contribution to my goal. You cannot reach a goal without sacrifices. If I die tonight, I will die happy. Mission accomplished. Not completed, not completed. We have a lot of things to do for Palermo, for humanity, but in any case, I can say mission accomplished. We consider today the most relevant injustice of Europe is to accept the genocide of people just trying to reach Europe. When I meet the migrants, I say to them, welcome to the city of Palermo. Don't worry, you are not a foreign, you are a Palermitan, but I'm sorry for you, you have all the problems that we Palermitan just have. You can leave Palermo when you wish. Until you stay, you will be just considered a Palermitan. I have no special position for the migrants. I take care of the Palermitans. Of course, the migrants are Palermitans. Imagine what fantastic should be Europe if you could be able to say everybody can come. Ah, fantastic. What a tremendous message of solidarity. What important contribution to the economy of Europe. Don't forget. Because to welcome migrants is not only legal, moral, correct, it's even convenient. We need them. Not only they need us. My wish for the future is just to respecting human beings and building the sense of community, where everybody is different and everybody is equal. It's a great vision, but it's possible. I wish to say thanks to all the persons and during my experience of life helped me just to change myself, to change Palermo. I wish to say thanks to all the people not being born in Palermo but deciding to be Palermitan, and to all the people never been in Palermo but following with attention, with care, sometimes with love, our engagement for a better life. But even pride. I'm just proud to receive this prize that is not given to me. It's given to all the people that I met physically or culturally, just sharing a vision, just sharing the idea that to change is possible for everybody. In Palermo, it was possible. It must be possible for everybody in any country in the world. Being free from fear. There is only one way to be free from fear, to take care. If I wish to be free from fear from a person who is different from me, I have only to take care of him. Just consider him just who is different, a human being, exactly like I am.
Spuiten, ook als ze veel zijn en dat altijd zullen blijven. Het is van mooie warme leven. En breekt de laatste ruiten, ze zitten losjes in de eeuwenoude ramen. Nee, je hoeft je niet te schamen voor hoe naakt je bent. Je bent vrij om net zo vrij om weg te lopen. Je bent vrij en zo ligt alles voor je open. Zonder vlaggen, zonder wimpel. Maar luister naar het doek dat wappert in de wind. De golven, miljoenen rimpels. De wereld is nooit af, maar kan altijd beter. Wij zijn het begin. Hij is de nieuwe zeilen. De oude mast houdt stand met strak geknoopte touwen. En je rotsvaste nodig is om angst te overwinnen en ergens anders te beginnen aan je eigen huis. Je bent vrij om daar te zijn, net zo vrij om weg te varen. Je bent vrij, je hoeft jezelf niet te verklaren. Zonder vlaggen, zonder wimpels. Maar luister naar het doek dat wappert in de wind. Op de golven, miljoenen rimpels. De wereld is nooit af, maar kan altijd beter. Wees niet bang. zonder wimpels. Maar hoor het doek dat wappert in de wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General, when President Franklin Roosevelt presented the concept of 4 essential freedoms to the world in his 1941 State of the Union address, he added that achieving freedom of speech and expression, freedom of worship, freedom from want and freedom from fear was no vision of a distant millennium. It is attainable, he said, in our own time and generation. With the benefit of hindsight, we know that President Roosevelt and First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt did everything in their power to make that promise a reality. Both their names will forever be connected with the founding and formative years of the United Nations. In 1948, the 4 freedoms became the bedrock of the Universal Human Rights. It is hard to overstate the importance of the United Nations and everything it has achieved since the war. If only in terms of global peacekeeping. If only as a mitigating power in a dangerous, bipolar, Cold War world that lasted for decades. And if only when we look at the impressive results of the Millennium Development Goals and the work in progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. In a little over 75 years, the United Nations organization has made a profound impact on the lives of millions and millions of people. And it continues to do so today. At the same time, we all realize that the work will never be easy and will never be finished. There's always another hurdle to clear, another problem to tackle, another challenge to meet. COVID-19, of course, being a case in point. But one of the biggest long-term challenges the UN faces today is perhaps that the organization itself needs to stay fit for purpose for the next 75 years. Against the background of climate change and the multipolar world we live in today, the United Nations needs to change and reform. It's no secret. The multilateral world order that has brought us so much since the Second World War is under great pressure. And we need to turn this tide. So you could say that this is as much an incentive prize as it is a Lifetime Achievement Award. And that's where you come in, Mr. Secretary General. Because although the UN as a whole is the recipient of this 4 Freedoms Award, we need individuals like you to push the organization forward in the right direction. Your resolve, your energy and your leadership will be indispensable if we, the United Nations of the world, are to succeed in building a better future, brick by brick. So thank you and many congratulations. And all the very best from the Netherlands.
Your Majesty, Prime Minister, members of the board of the Roosevelt Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the women and men of the United Nations, thank you for this high honor. This International 4 Freedoms Award is especially meaningful given its deep connection to both President Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt. Every day, from my office at UN headquarters in New York, I see a beautiful sight. It's called 4 Freedoms Park, and it stands on the edge of Roosevelt Island on the East River. To my eye, it is a lighthouse. It is a daily guide and reminder that even through the darkest storms, we have a shared destination. And as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights puts it so well, and I quote, the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. The highest aspiration. In other words, achieving those fundamental freedoms is both a goal that is paramount and a struggle that is never-ending. The mission of the United Nations is a constant work in progress for progress. For more than 75 years, around the world and around the clock, United Nations personnel have strived to make those rights real in the lives of people. We know that cause belongs to every one of us. It takes us all, especially now. Today we are facing the biggest international test since the idea of the United Nations was little more than a dream in the eyes of Franklin Roosevelt and others. The COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed new storms, a global health crisis, economic catastrophe with a disproportionate impact on the world's women, a human rights emergency, and new waves of hate, disinformation, and outright lies. At the same time, we are also confronting a planetary emergency, accelerating climate change, growing pollution, collapsing biodiversity. All of this threatens the environment on which everyone's future depends. But through all of these storms, the lighthouse still points the way home. We can get there with conviction, commitment, and cooperation. To the cynics who dismiss such goals as too lofty, FDR had a ready reply. It is true, he said, that great things lived up to today, but it would rather be a builder than a wrecker. As Prime Minister Rutte so eloquently put it, this award is indeed an incentive for us to keep building. It will inspire all of us to keep pushing, to keep striving, and to keep working for a better world together. Thank you.
Looking at the winners of these 4 Freedom Awards, I see organizations and individuals that have something in common. They're not afraid to walk a difficult path. It's as if they actually search for what's challenging and risky. They consciously seek out people caught up in a bad situation. They look for the painful spots and the problems that seem too difficult to solve. In doing so, they're teaching us that freedom is neither comfortable nor simple. That freedom is not a carefree possession. And that freedom is not just a license to do your own thing without consequence. 80 years ago, President Roosevelt delivered that same message to his country and to the world. During a period dominated by war and terror, he had the vision and courage to name 4 types of freedom which applied to each and every one of us. Great sacrifices have been made to protect these 4 freedoms, right up until today, both close to home and far away. In the course of the past year, we've all experienced how complex freedom actually is. The corona pandemic has forced us to give up certain pieces of our own freedom. We've been doing so out of our own free will and for the common cause. It's all about protecting our health and that of the people around us. Nonetheless, it's certainly not easy. Both our patience and endurance are being tested to the limit. They can make us either tired and downhearted, or downright rebellious and angry. The winners of the 4 Freedoms Awards can provide us with hope and inspiration to get through this difficult time. They're setting an example to all of us. Let us boldly state our opinions without frightening or intimidating others. Let us find solace in our beliefs without discriminating our fellow citizens. Let us work on economic recovery without forgetting those who are struggling more than ourselves. And above all, let us not tolerate the corona pandemic being used as an excuse to restrict fundamental freedom and human rights anywhere in the world. May I congratulate all the winners of the 4 Freedom Awards. We're grateful for your courageous dedication and hard work for our freedom in all its facets. Your work is more relevant than ever. I wish you all every success.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today in Zeeland. I hope and trust that the example of the 2020 laureates will inspire you in your own efforts to make a better future for everyone, everywhere in the world. You can make a difference. I hope I can welcome you again next year in a church filled with people for the 2022 For Freedoms Awards ceremony. I wish you all the best.
Zonder vlaggen, zonder wimpels, maar hoor het doek dat wappert in de wind.
a very good morning, a very good afternoon, or indeed a very good evening. A very warm welcome to the 4 Freedoms Awards meetup. We're broadcasting live from the Nieuwe Kerk in Middelburg. Middelburg is a tiny town in Zeeland. Zeeland is a province in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is a tiny country in Europe. So now you know where you are. We are here. We have our laureates with us, of course. They are live here with us, sadly not in person. From Manila in the Philippines, from California in the United States, from Rotterdam here around the corner, and from Palermo in Sicily. And over the next hour and a half, we're going to be talking about Roosevelt's 4 freedoms. And those freedoms are of speech, of worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. We have 4 bright young people from the Netherlands who constitute the next generation. We have 4 established opinion makers from the Netherlands. And of course, we have the laureates. And they're going to discuss those 4 freedoms among themselves, but also with you at home. So if you have a question, put your name on the right side of the screen, and we'll put those questions to the laureates. Of course, if we answer all your questions, we'll still be here when the pandemic is over. So we can only take a number of your questions, and the rest will appear over the course of the coming weeks on 4freedoms.nl. Now, the 4 freedoms, Roosevelt's role in establishing the Declaration of Human Rights, this is a big deal, obviously. And so even our king has something to say about it. His name is Willem-Alexander.
Looking at the winners of these 4 Freedom Awards, I see organizations and individuals that have something in common. They're not afraid to walk a difficult path. It's as if they actually search for what's challenging and risky. They consciously seek out people caught up in a bad situation. They look for the painful spots and the problems that seem too difficult to solve. In doing so, they're teaching us that freedom is neither comfortable nor simple. That freedom is not a carefree possession. And that freedom is not just a license to do your own thing without consequence. May I congratulate all the winners of the 4 Freedom Awards. We're grateful for your courageous dedication and hard work for our freedom in all its facets. Your work is more relevant than ever. I wish you all every success.
Now, so on to our laureates then. Maria Ressa, from the online news outlet Rappler in the Philippines. Sander de Kramer, activist, who is for freedom from want. The organization Religion for Peace, whose award is for freedom of worship, represented here by Professor Dr. Azza Karam. And finally, for the freedom from fear, the mayor of Palermo, Leoluca Orlando. We'll come to you in a minute, but first we'll go to the 5th award, the International 4 Freedoms Award winner. And this year's winner is the United Nations. And with us now, live from the United States, is Henrietta Fore, Executive Director of UNICEF and a CV longer than I can quote here. I'm reliably told that it's 9 hours earlier in California, so that must make it very early for you.
It is indeed. It's before dawn here, but when you think about the freedoms, you really want to be up and you want to be talking about it. And I must say, it's very nice to be in the Netherlands this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're so grateful to have you here. Mr. Roosevelt, or his ancestors, were from Zeeland. We broadcast the film before, and you could see his granddaughter, and she looks uncannily Dutch. They're clearly from here. He was the first to coin the term United Nations, Roosevelt. Could you talk a little bit about how Roosevelt shaped the UN and the role played by the 4 freedoms?
Yes, it's a very interesting moment where an idea and words begin to spawn organizations and actions. So as your king just mentioned, it is a difficult world that we live in, and organizations like the United Nations play a very big role. So we are truly honored to be here today. So may I send greetings first from the Secretary General, António Guterres, and all of my friends and colleagues who are part of the United Nations. So January 6th, 1941 was an important day when President Roosevelt spoke about the four freedoms. It is the time when the world is in the World War, and it is a time when so much devastation had taken place in the Netherlands and elsewhere. And so talking about what are the important tenets for democracy, what is absolutely essential, brought him to articulate the four freedoms. And once you see them, once you hear them, you realize they are something that we have to treasure, we have to work hard toward, and that is what became the founding of the United Nations. So the United Nations has several principles and pillars. One is that there would be peace and security. One is human rights. One is development, because we want to think about a better world. And so Roosevelt encompassed all of that with the four freedoms. And it is something that the United Nations takes very seriously. We not only watch the world, but we act in the world. And it is these freedoms that we have to work hard toward, fight toward as a world. I'd also like to just mention the role of Eleanor Roosevelt, because there are some extraordinary women leaders who sometimes walk our world, and she was one. She was an amazing leader at the time, but she has become a leader for all time. She spoke about anti-discrimination, about the equality of everyone in the world, not just women, but also of children and of everyone from every walk of life. This is an extremely important concept. It is one that we see now in COVID-19 is more important than ever. The world is not just a place that has to have a lack of military conflict, but it has to be a place where there is peace, where there is social cohesion, where there is free from want, so that we are tackling things like poverty, discrimination, the ability to be able to participate in your society, that everyone needs an education, they need health, they need nutrition, they need protection and safety. These are all concepts that President Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt felt, understood, articulated, and they became the founding human rights pillars for the United Nations.
Thank you so much. We will come back to you at the end, so please stay awake. But now we are on to the four laureates. We've made small introductory films of each of them. Let me first introduce Maria Ressa from the Philippines, journalist, executive director of the online news outlet Rappler.
Without freedom of expression, freedom of the press, then there's absolutely no way to hold power to account. But there's a special challenge, and that is that freedom of speech is being gaslighted, right? Because technology has gone to a point where technology platforms are the ones distributing the news, the facts. If we have no facts, then we cannot have truth. If we don't have truth, we can't have trust. If you don't have any of these three, facts, truth, and trust, then you can't have democracy. If we don't take action now and put guardrails, regulations around the social media platforms, then we're going to look forward to a decade, perhaps a decade, of fascism. This is a critical moment, I think, in our history, not just in the Philippines, but globally. And the award that you've given gives me more strength, more courage, and enables me to hold up the sky so that Rappler can keep doing its job to hold power to account. Thank you.
Tough words, gently spoken. How it's going to work is that we have so-called freedom lectures in the Netherlands, where an established opinion leader reflects on the four freedoms, or one of them, chooses one of them. And then we've also found that's a so-called freedom speaker. And then we have coupled them with a representative or member of the young generation. Young people, as I'm sad to say, I no longer am. Now, each of these freedom speakers has had a discussion with a youngster, so to speak. The first one is well-established and admired journalist Simone Wijmans. And she's going to talk to Isabel Provoost, who is a singer and a law student in Tilburg.
Hey Isabel, hoe is het?
Goed, en met jou?
Ja, met mij prima.
Gelukkig.
Ik vroeg me af waarom jij bij deze bijeenkomst bent voor Maria Ressa onder meer.
Hoi allemaal, ik ben Isabel Provoost, ik ben 21 jaar, ik ben zangeres en ik studeer rechten. En in de wereld van het recht speelt vrijheid van meningsuiting ook echt een ontzettend belangrijke rol. Dus vandaar dat ik hier eigenlijk ben.
Ja, voor mij geldt eigenlijk hetzelfde. Ik ben journalist, net als Maria Ressa. En als ik dan kijk naar hoe ik mijn werk doe en hoe zij haar werk moet doen op de Filipijnen. Ik kan gewoon zeggen, schrijven wat ik wil, zonder dat de overheid me probeert te berechten of wat dan ook. En zij moet echt met gevaar voor eigen leven moet ze de werk doen. En toch gaat ze door. Toch blijft ze die persvrijheid daarvoor strijden. Toch blijft ze mensenrechten schendingen boven tafel krijgen via de werk. Dus dat is wat mij betreft echt een van de belangrijkste redenen waarom zij die vrijheid van meningsprijs zou moeten krijgen dit jaar.
Ja, dat denk ik zelf ook. Ik was zelf ook benieuwd in hoeverre jij, zeg maar, want je zegt net zelf, je bent natuurlijk ook journalist, net als Maria zelf. Ja. Hoe jij daarmee te maken krijgt in jouw werk.
Nou, het is de afgelopen paar jaar, merk je ook in Nederland. En daarom vind ik het zo sterk wat zij doet. Want zij belicht persvrijheid in de hele wereld. En het feit dat journalisten over de hele wereld worden bedreigd en worden bekritiseerd en worden gewantrouwd. En dat merken wij bij het journaal natuurlijk ook. Je ziet steeds meer mensen die het hebben over fake news, die wantrouwen wat wij zeggen, die verslaggevers belagen. Dus je ziet niet alleen in Nederland, maar wereldwijd dat journalisten onder vuur liggen. En dan is het zo belangrijk dat iemand als Maria Ressa daar de aandacht voor vraagt en zegt, dit kan niet, dit is echt een bedreiging voor de democratie. En daarom, dat is de link die ik dan persoonlijk ook met haar heb.
Wat ik zelf ook heel bijzonder vind aan haar is dat ze zo kalm en positief is. En hoe met gevaar voor eigen leven, hoe ze dit allemaal doet en toch daarin doorgaat. Hoe zie jij dat? Ja, nee, dat vooral de moed die ze uitstraalt. Ik weet niet hoe ik zou zijn als ik in een land zou wonen waar ik in de bak terecht zou kunnen komen voor wat ik schrijf of de reportages die ik zou maken. En dat doet ze toch. Ze kiest er echt voor om op de Filipijnen te blijven, om daar te strijden voor de democratie. En ik denk dat maakt haar een inspiratie, denk ik, voor journalisten op heel veel plekken. Maria Ressa krijgt natuurlijk de prijs voor de vrijheid van meningsuiting. Maar wat is nou eigenlijk het verschil tussen persvrijheid en de vrijheid van meningsuiting?
Nou, vrijheid van meningsuiting is dat je in principe alles mag zeggen wat je wil. Het heeft natuurlijk wel zijn grenzen. Je mag niet leugens over mensen vertellen, dat soort dingen. Maar in principe moet je alles kunnen zeggen. Je moet kritisch kunnen zijn. En wat betreft persvrijheid geldt dat journalisten zijn natuurlijk een belangrijke pijler van de democratie, verhalen moeten kunnen maken die ze willen. Dat ze verhalen waarin ze kritisch zijn over een overheid. En als je kijkt, Maria Ressa die maakte verhalen over het doden van drugsverslaafden op de Filipijnen. En vervolgens kreeg ze de overheid achter haar aan. En daar zie je dus dat die persvrijheid, maar ook de vrijheid van meningsuiting, beide onder druk staan.
Als je dit zo zegt, wat kan de pers dan eigenlijk allemaal teweeg brengen?
Nou kijk, bijvoorbeeld in Nederland hebben we de toeslagenaffaire gehad. Zonder media was dat nooit zo ver gekomen. Uiteindelijk is het hele kabinet erop gevallen. Dus dat je heel lang zoekt en kijkt en vragen stelt, kritische vragen stelt, ook over de overheid. En vervolgens blijkt dat er sprake was van een enorm onrecht. En de media heeft dat natuurlijk mede, ook samen met Kamerleden, heeft dat boven tafel gekregen. Nou, Maria Ressa krijgt dus nu die prijs. Waarom vind jij het belangrijk dat zij hem nu krijgt?
Nou, ik denk dat het heel belangrijk is dat ze deze prijs krijgt, omdat ze zo lang zo hard heeft gewerkt hiervoor. En dat de overheid daar het eigenlijk niet meer kan wegstoppen. En dat het gewoon eigenlijk een soort stempel is op al het mooie werk dat ze heeft verricht.
Nou, je gaat zo met haar praten.
Ja.
Ik ben een beetje jaloers, maar heel veel succes in ieder geval.
Ja, dankjewel. Voor mij is het ook een grote eer.
Oké. Ja, ik vind het zelf heel erg belangrijk dat Maria Ressa deze prijs voor de vrijheid van meningsuiting krijgt. Met name ook omdat ze strijdt tegen desinformatie op sociale media. Via allerlei algoritmes, bijvoorbeeld op Facebook, worden mensen echt in een fuik gedreven van leugens. En dat is een gevaar voor de democratie. En daar strijdt Maria Ressa echt tegen. Ik hoop dat deze prijs daarom ook een stimulans voor haar is om daarmee door te gaan. Omdat op dat pad verder te gaan. So Maria Ressa, congratulations on this prize and yeah, good luck with your work.
So, a very warm welcome. Maria, meet Isabel. Isabel, meet Maria.
Hi Maria and all of you, it's an honor to meet you and congratulations with the award. And it's an honor for me to speak to you. Thank you.
No, it's great to speak with you also, Isabel.
Thank you very much. My first question for you is, why do you think it's so important to work as a journalist in the Philippines?
You know, I've been around a long time. This is my 35th year as a journalist, and I don't think I've ever felt the mission is as important as it is today. Why is it important? Because facts are under attack, because facts are being replaced by lies. I became a journalist because I knew that information is power. And that the mission of journalism, which is to hold power to account, that this is something that led to justice, that leads to a working democracy. And when I worked for CNN for almost 20 years. When I traveled the region, I always gauged Southeast Asia. I gauged the quality of a democracy by the strength of its journalists.
I think that's beautiful. And yeah, you told that you traveled a lot, and I've seen the documentary, 1,000 Cuts. There's this scene in the hotel room with a family member of yours where you explain you could go to jail for your work, and you stay so calm. And that was very inspiring to me. You're such a positive person, and you stay so calm. And I was wondering, how can you be that brave in such difficult circumstances?
So first, I remembered you were a lawyer, you know, a law student. We can't do our jobs without you, and actually, both journalism and the legal systems are under threat hand in hand, right? They go together. I stay calm. That's good. So I stay calm because I really don't have a choice. I am who I am. I've been a journalist for a very long time. And this is a time that matters. And so when it matters, you have to hold the line. I've said that phrase now for, it must be 5 years now. When we first came under attack, you take it step by step, right? And holding power to account, like for how many people have died in the drug war, that's a reporter's job. And then when you get pushback from power because you are reflecting the numbers they say back to themselves, then you know it becomes something more. In less than 2 years, I've gotten 10 arrest warrants. So there is something more. And I guess, you know, the way I think about it now is I always think of the worst case scenario, I embrace it, and I plan for it. Then anything else that's not as bad as the worst case actually is good, right? It's a reverse. It's like Buddhism. If all life is suffering, then you move forward from there. This is my reality that I'm living with. I'm a journalist. I am proud of my profession, and I think that this time matters.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful, and I think a lot of people can learn from such a positive view at life, and I think it's very important that you share that with us, so thank you very much. My other question is, and maybe it's a difficult one for me, it was a difficult one, but how do you think freedom of speech would look like in an ideal world, and do you think that's even possible?
I think we get it right every now and then. There are moments of brilliance. democracy was set up in an environment like that. And this is the irony of watching the award ceremony. You know, when at the end of World War II, the world came together and wanted to protect humanity from the worst of what humanity does. I think this is another one of those moments. We really need to protect humanity from the worst of what it's done, and it starts with our information ecosystem. What we do now matters, and if we don't take action, then we will lose our freedoms. There are many moments in history that are like Camelot, but there are also those moments that make us realize how important it is to take firm positions. You know, times like today when silence becomes complicity. These are the moments that matter so that we can have the freedoms that we deserve.
Yes.
A time when silence becomes complicity. We've got some questions from the chat. For example, Barbara Omen asked how to stop the rise of fake news that you speak about so forcefully. How to stop this?
I think, you know, I think about it in three ways. This is what we do in Rappler. These are our pillars. You know, the first is hold the people to account, hold tech platforms to account. So the first step is making sure we have the right regulations where the platforms do not abdicate responsibility for the kinds of influence operations that attack individuals or countries, right? The second is strengthen journalism. It's more important today to have facts because that's the beginning of any kind of conversation. And then finally, build community. This is ironically what social media was supposed to be doing, right? But the lies actually spread faster and further on the very same platforms that have now become the world's largest distributor of news. So, you know, very simple principles, right? Accountability. If an influence operation happens, like Russian disinformation in the 2016 elections, that's been proven. Accountability. In the Philippines, the attacks. 500,000 social media posts were just analyzed by the International Center for Journalists, and they showed that 60% of those were targeting me to tear down credibility. Because again, if you make people doubt everything, then it's impossible for them to do anything.
Yes, this is also from my heart. Frank van der Brugge, who is your inspiration?
Oh my gosh, so many. There's so many. I mean, people, look, we've been under attack since 2016, and we would not have been able to survive this time period if it wasn't for our community that came together to support us, not just, you know, giving us moral support, but also to help us get through this. The legal cases we face is no joke, and they have actually helped fund our legal fees. I think the second is just that look at where you are today. I think it's important that we remind ourselves about morality, about our values, because you really don't know who you are until you're forced to fight for it. So the question I throw back is, I think every single person watching, we are all facing the same battle, which is, you know, the question that we had to answer in Rappler is what are you willing to sacrifice for the truth? What are you willing to sacrifice for the facts? And I just kept getting pushed.
Beginning to get to know themselves. Although it's nowhere near, I think, what you're facing. We have one last question from the chat. Is that, do you think we can still use social media for the good? Maybe like Rappler is doing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that the business model, and Shoshana Zuboff wrote a book called Surveillance Capitalism, which was published in 2019. You know, the incentives have led us to this dystopian world, and it's the incentives for power and money, ironically, right? So we are holding government to account. Well, we also need to hold the platforms to account. When you're making as much money as they are, based on our data, our behavior, new technology that is insidiously manipulating us, I have appealed for the last 4 or 5 years for enlightened self-interest, because I do not think these Silicon Valley companies want to tear down democracy. So I hope that they also jump in before, because regulation takes a while to get there. I hope enlightened self-interest and their own realization, which is what COVID has done, that they've exercised these powers now of gatekeepers. I hope that they move forward and take responsibility for the public sphere.
Maria Ressa, I wish we could listen to you for hours, but there are more freedoms to discuss. Isabel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Maria.
And so we move on to the next freedom, which is a freedom of worship. And this award goes to the organization Religion for Peace, and it's accepted today on behalf of that organization by Dr. Professor Azza Karam, who is the Secretary General-elect.
Our human rights are foundational for our faith systems. They come from the faith. They are necessary for the faiths. So if we lose the freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, if we are challenged in our freedom of thought, conscience, and belief, our very existence is challenged. Our very ability to coexist peacefully is challenged. Because if you take away my right to be free in the way that I think, in my conscience, and in my beliefs, you take away my ability to fight for every single other right. That's why it's important for religious actors to come together with other civil society actors and with governments. It's a tremendous privilege to receive this award from the Roosevelt Foundation on behalf of the 100 leaders of religious institutions and faith communities around the world. I am only the recipient. The community that I am privileged to serve are the ones who have done all the hard work. Thank you.
We'll be hearing from Professor Dr. Azza Karam in a minute, but first let's hear what others have to say about her. The Freedom Speaker for Worship is author and filmmaker Natasja van Wezel, and she's going to talk about the freedom of worship with the 17-year-old Amsterdammer Just Palland.
Hi Natasja.
Hi Just.
Hoe is het?
Ja, goed, met jou?
Goed.
Wat leuk om je te ontmoeten.
Ja, wederzijds. Mijn naam is Just Palland. Ik ben 17 jaar oud. Ik vind de vrijheid van godsdienst belangrijk, omdat het mij opvalt dat ik in het nieuws vaak negatieve kanten over geloof hoor. Terwijl ik er juist in geloof dat religie heel veel moois heeft te bieden. Heel veel positiviteit en heel veel hoop kan geven aan mensen. En daarom sta ik pal voor de vrijheid van godsdienst.
Vandaag ga je naar Middelburg?
Ja, ik ga straks in gesprek met Religions for Peace. Spannend. En hun gedachtegoed en wat ze allemaal hebben gedaan. En ik was benieuwd, ben jij al bekend met ze?
Ja, zeker. Ja. Ze doen wel veel mooie projecten. Spannend lijkt me om Azza Karam te ontmoeten.
Ik had nog nooit van haar gehoord voordat ik wist dat zij deze prijs heeft gewonnen. Ik ben zelf niet religieus, maar ik vind wel dat het een groot goed is dat iedereen mag geloven wat hij of zij wil.
Ja.
En Azza Karam met haar organisatie zet zich daarvoor in. Dus dat vind ik heel bijzonder dat ik haar mag spreken.
Ja, zeker. En ik denk ook, wat ik er zelf ook heel mooi aan vind, is dat die organisatie religie eigenlijk ook als iets positiefs neerzet.
Ja.
En je hoort toch heel vaak hoe religies die zorgen alleen maar voor conflicten of voor
die
oorlog.
erg kwaad worden weggezet eigenlijk.
Ja, dat zie je toch steeds vaker in mijn gevoel. Ik weet niet hoe jij daarover denkt.
In de media zie je het wel eens. Heel erg polariserend, dat mensen uit elkaar worden gedreven van deze religie is slecht of dit en dit.
Ja, precies.
En je hoort weinig goeds over religie over het algemeen in het nieuws, voor mijn gevoel.
Ja, het is niet meer zo hip, heb ik het idee. En mensen zijn wel wantrouwend.
Tegenover religie?
Ja.
Religions for Peace hebben net de Vrijheid van Geloof Award gewonnen. Waarom vind jij het goed dat juist zij hem gewonnen hebben?
Ik vind het heel erg mooi dat zij hem hebben gewonnen, omdat zij heel erg staan voor het verbinden van verschillende religies, om samen een weg naar vrede te vinden. En zij doen dat ook heel concreet. Hè?
Door middel van religie dan?
Ja, ze hebben een programma om de klimaatverandering tegen te gaan, waarbij ze leiders van verschillende religieuze groepen meenemen. En ze hebben vrouwengroepen, omdat ze geloven dat women empowerment, feminisme de wereld zachter en sterker kan maken. Ze hebben het heet interfaith education, dus dat zijn verschillende geloven bij elkaar. Ze hebben jongerencongressen en trainingen. Dus ze zijn En dat doen ze volgens mij in 90 landen over de hele wereld. Dus het is meer dan praten. Praten is heel belangrijk en elkaar ontmoeten en elkaar in de ogen kijken. Maar echt concrete acties.
Praten over dingen.
Ja, praten over het leven, praten over conflicten. Dat mag best. Je hoeft het helemaal niet met elkaar eens te zijn. Als je een verschillende achtergrond hebt, heb je verschillen. Dat kan.
Ja.
Alleen als je juist naar de gelijkenissen kijkt in plaats van altijd maar focust op wat is er anders tussen ons. Volgens mij kan je dan hele krachtige en mooie dingen bereiken.
Ik heb ook gehoord in Berlijn dat Religions for Peace daar nu een gebedshuis heeft ingericht waar alle 3 de godsdiensten samenkomen om te bidden. Had jij daarover van gehoord?
Ja, ik heb dat gehoord. Ja, en volgens mij is het in een oude synagoge van voor de Tweede Wereldoorlog in Berlijn, wat wel een groot ding is. Ik vind dat ontzettend bijzonder, want er zit inderdaad in hetzelfde gebouw een kerk, een moskee en een synagoge. En ik geloof dat ze niet tegelijkertijd diensten hebben, maar wel na elkaar. En nou ja, dat vind ik zo'n mooi, concreet voorbeeld eigenlijk. Hè? Van inderdaad, je kan praten of je kan dingen doen.
Dus daarom is het denk ik juist heel goed dat Religions for Peace deze prijs heeft gewonnen. En ik hoop dan ook dat ze veel meer van dit soort initiatieven in Nederland en over de hele wereld kunnen doen.
Ja.
En dat mensen van verschillende geloven samen worden gebracht
Ja.
voor vrede.
Ja, dat zou geweldig zijn. Ik zou ook wel zo'n house of religion met alle 3 de religies in Nederland willen. Dat is echt een mooi initiatief. Maar jij gaat Azza Karam zo spreken.
Zeker.
Spannend?
Ja, een beetje, maar wel heel veel zin in.
Ja, ik kan me voorstellen. Ik ben eigenlijk wel een beetje jaloers, maar ik laat het graag aan jou over en heel veel plezier vandaag.
Ja, heel erg bedankt.
Het gebeurt jammer genoeg maar al te vaak dat ik word uitgescholden voor rotjood. En veel van mijn islamitische kennis worden ook voor de meest afgrijselijke dingen uitgemaakt. Dat doet mij oprecht pijn. Want waarom zou je iemand uitschelden omdat hij toevallig anders is dan jij of een andere religie heeft? Dat is ook precies wat ik zo mooi vind aan Religions for Peace. Zij brengen groepen, en ook verschillende religieuze groepen, doelbewust samen om samen te werken en zo een harmonieuze wereld te creëren waarbij je elkaar nodig hebt in plaats van elkaar uitscheldt. En ik geloof echt dat dat een samenleving is waar we allemaal beter van worden. Ik in elk geval wel en jullie denk ik ook. Bij deze wil ik Azza Karam van Religions for Peace heel erg feliciteren met deze prijs. En ik zou zeggen, blijf doorgaan met dit prachtige werk.
Very good. Azza Karam, rahmatullahi wa... Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Juspaland, Azza Karam.
Hi. Hi, Azza Karam. First of all, I would like to congratulate you and Religions for Peace on your award. With Natasha van Wezel, I spoke about a couple of Religions for Peace initiatives, about the Berlin one and others. And I was wondering, what is your favorite Religions for Peace initiative and how did that become a success?
So first of all, let me quickly clarify that the House of One is not, the one in Berlin, is not a Religions for Peace initiative. There are religious leaders. No, it's okay. I would have wished it to be. I would love it to be. It is in the spirit of what Religions for Peace does, but I just think that the communities that came together, the religious leaders and the other civic and municipal authorities that came together to realize the House of One deserve their own recognition for what you are right to note, you and Natasha both noted, is a very, very beautiful initiative. Many of those who are members of Religions for Peace wide movement, there are many religious leaders and institutions that are part of the movement, have definitely been supportive and have contributed in ideas, in spirit and so on to this, but it is not an exclusive Religions for Peace. It's not a Religions for Peace initiative at all. But there are many, many others. As you and Natasha rightly noted, Religions for Peace exists in 90 countries around the world. That means that religious leaders representing religious institutions, that young interfaith networks and women of faith networks all come together in a platform called an Interreligious Council in 90 countries around the world. You've asked me to name my most favorite initiative. Please forgive me, Joost, there is no most favorite initiative. Every single time faith leaders and representatives from different communities come together, even when it is just to say, hello, how are you? What happened today? How was your family? How can we deal with this and that issue? Every moment when people of faith come together from different faith traditions, that moment to me is a moment of incredible spirit and beauty. There isn't one that is more important than the other, for then we would be saying that there are some situations less important than others. Invariably, every single time these faith communities come together, Joost, they are doing something together. And COVID has brought out how we cannot live without doing that, without actually coming together to serve our communities at the same time. The initiatives, 90 initiatives, if we were just to mention one per country, but imagine that in every country, there are so many issues going on, from extreme poverty and hunger and programs to alleviate, to different kinds of health aspects, to trying to live in the situation of conflicts, armed conflicts, to facing humanitarian disasters, to mediating, to reconciliation. Every country has plenty to occupy itself with. So therefore, when these different faith leaders and representatives come together, they have plenty to do, and they do plenty. So forgive me for disappointing you on the question. There's no one special thing. Every single moment of encounter is deeply special.
I don't think you disappointed me. You also said something about COVID. Do you think your work is more important now because of COVID? Is it harder to connect people and to get leaders of different religions together?
That's a great question, Joost. I think that COVID as a global pandemic, it's facing us all at the same time. The virus is not distinguishing between the colors of our skin and the countries we live in and the age we have. It doesn't really distinguish, does it? It's a completely, actually, if you think about it, rather all-inclusive, fair and equal treatment kind of virus. So therefore, we are all tested in the same way, every single one of us. And as is usually the case in these kinds of crises, I think it brings out the best of the human spirit, and it brings out the not so good in the human spirit. And if you think about it that way, we'll be able to appreciate that the virus that having to cope with this virus has enabled us to come together in communities, as families, even to sometimes face our own selves in ways that can be quite empowering, depends on how things go, really. But in general, it's a moment of reflection and togetherness and reevaluation, etc., etc. But it also brings out the not so great, the attitude of the survival of the fittest, which many institutions, all institutions in today's world, you heard earlier from Maria Ressa, you heard the presentation from His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations. You realize that institutions today, all kinds of institutions, are in trouble. Their legitimacy is being seriously questioned. And because of this, religious institutions are not immune to the institutional weaknesses that we see. Whether we're talking governments, labor unions, political parties, women's groups, you name it. Institutions are facing a real serious crisis, Joost. And I think because of that, religious engagement doesn't come naturally to people. In fact, because we're all facing the crisis, I've noticed that religious institutions, like every other institution, are trying to safeguard their own interests, their own respective interest. And you'd think that now is a moment of common interest, right? It's everybody has to be okay. Otherwise, we're not going to be okay. If one person is infected, that is a danger to everybody. But it doesn't always work that way in terms of how institutions work together. So yes, I think this COVID pandemic is really testing our ability to coexist in service to one another in order to help each other survive. And because it's testing it, I'm seeing the good, the bad, and the not so good. And I think, yes, I think religious institutions, religious communities are being tested in ways that all of us are being tested. Are we going to stand together, or are we going to stand apart in every sense of the word? And if you think about what's happening with the vaccine accessibility today, you'll be able to understand a little bit of why it's absolutely critical that we stand in service to one another rather than stand to protect oneself.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. The chat is also bustling with questions. They're very Dutch in the sense of direct and critical. Here we have Bram Azink, who says, freedom of religion can clash with other freedoms, such as freedom of sexual orientation. What is your solution?
Well, first of all, I happen to love Dutch because I happen to be Dutch. I have Dutch citizenship. I'm very disappointed that wasn't mentioned at any point in time. I'm deeply proud of my Dutch citizenship.
So you're used to us, yeah.
I am absolutely used to. In fact, that does seem to irritate a few people sometimes because I just say that the way it should be said, which is the way that I will answer that extremely good question. There is no such thing as freedom competing with one another. I think if we understand that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has 18 articles, that's 18 kinds of freedoms and rights. And I think it's important to appreciate that if we let go of one of those, we cannot fight for any of the others. There is an interdependence of each of these human rights. And freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom, these are all intimately interconnected. Freedom of religion and freedom of worship are part of freedom of thought, conscience. And if you think about it, you can't have the freedom to be of different gender, of whatever particular sexual orientation, if you don't have freedom of thought and conscience, and therefore if you don't have freedom of belief. To adopt, to be who we are as individual human beings, we must have freedom of thought, conscience, and belief. That is freedom of worship. In fact, it is where freedom of worship itself and freedom of thought and conscience are in endangered realities. That is where sexual orientation is most oppressed, not the other way around. Where you have freedom of thought, conscience, and belief is where you have an opportunity to exercise your freedom of existence any which way you deem your conscience and your thought tells you to live. You wish to live in whatever capacity. So it's the other way around. It's if you lack freedom of religion, i.e. freedom of worship, freedom of thought and conscience, that's where you will find plenty of oppression, including the oppression against sexual minorities and sexual identities.
Just, do you have more questions? Or,
I would love to ask another question. Joris pointed me out as one of the members of the new generation. And I would love to ask, do you have a special message for the new generation?
Yes, I often get told that we always say that you are the generation of tomorrow. We therefore need you to be this, and we have to make sure that you for tomorrow. Actually, quite frankly, the message I have is you, Joost, and your generation have plenty to teach me and my generation. And it's not for tomorrow, it's for right now. It's for right now. And what you do right now impacts on our shared tomorrows, if we have one, and I hope we do have a very thriving tomorrow. So you're the generation of today. What you say makes a difference right here, right now. And there is no such thing as only I have something to teach you. There is everything that you have to teach me too. So take that into consideration. I'm not the only one who bears responsibility for you. You bear responsibility for me too.
There you go. Well, I wish we had more time. That's a good sign. If you're happy or something, the conversation is over. It's not a good sign. But we have to leave it at this. Just thank you very much.
Thank you.
Azza, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll now switch from the freedom of worship to a negative freedom, a freedom from want. And this year's winner is Sander de Kramer.
I was in the southeastern part of Sierra Leone. I saw terrible things, and it was that children at the age of 5, 6, 7 years old. They were digging up the diamonds, they were washing the gravel, they were working themselves to death. And I said, this is the biggest scandal in the world. I have to act. I have to do something about it. So I decided, if even it will be my death, so be it. We will build a school especially for them. So we have now up to 30 schools in Africa, and it is superb that so many children are going with a big smile to school every day. Really, I'm proud of that. I want to say a big thank you to the Roosevelt Foundation. This is such a wonderful honor. It's really superb. And I want to dedicate this special medal to all volunteers in the world, because without volunteers, the world would really fall apart. We need the volunteers. And of course, a big thank you also to all the people who supported me throughout the years and helped me making a difference in the world. And of course, a big thank you also to the people who gave me the energy and the power, who inspired me in continuing. Thank you. Or like we say in Sierra Leone, beaucoup thank you.
And on that note, the freedom speaker for Freedom of Want is singer and presenter Joris Linssen. And he is going to enter into conversation with Demi de Randami from Rotterdam, who is studying here in Middelburg at University College Roosevelt.
Hallo.
Hoi Joris.
Je gaat Sander de Kramer interviewen.
Ja, zo meteen ja.
Ja, spannend joh. En wie ben je zelf precies?
Hoi, ik ben Demi de Randami, ik ben 21 en ik studeer aan University College Roosevelt hier in Middelburg. En daar ben ik nu ook. En ik ben dit jaar betrokken bij de 4 Freedoms en dan specifiek het vrijwaring van gebrek. Omdat ik het erg belangrijk vind dat iedereen op aarde mensenrechten heeft en zich geen zorgen hoeft te maken over hun basisbehoeften. En vooral zeg maar in een tijdperk van nu vind ik het heel tof dat we daar zeg maar de nadruk op leggen.
Je hebt je heel erg verdiept in Sander, hij heeft net die prijs gekregen. Hoe zou jij hem in 1 woord beschrijven?
Het is niet 1 woord, maar ik denk een echte Rotterdammer. Misschien is het ook een beetje een vooroordeel, maar ik merk wel erg bij Rotterdammers, je hebt altijd een soort idee van vernieuwing. En dat je eigenlijk op de plekken waar mensen het minst aandacht krijgen, zoek je een manier hoe je kan helpen. En dat merk ik wel heel erg in hem terug.
Ja, ik ken hem wel een beetje, want we hebben samen een programma gemaakt. We zijn ook samen naar Lesbos geweest. Dat was echt heel bijzonder in het begin van die vluchtelingencrisis. En hij is inderdaad de Rotterdammer van aanpakken meteen, weet je wel. Dat was daar heel grappig. Er kwamen allemaal boten aan met vluchtelingen. Dat was op zich niet grappig natuurlijk, maar wel dat hij meteen zijn kleren uittrok en in zijn onderbroek het water in ging om die mensen te begeleiden naar de kant toe. Dat vond ik echt Sander. En dat is ook echt, wat je zegt, een beetje dat Rotterdamse, denk ik.
Ja, dus ik kan me wel voorstellen dat je daar naar keek, dat je ook echt dacht van wauw, ik zie hier ook nu echt gewoon iemand die alles voor iedereen over heeft.
Het gaat hem nog niet eens zozeer om die armoede, maar vooral om mensen een stuk eigenwaarde te geven of zo. Hè? Dat je ertoe doet. Dat vind ik zo mooi. Dat deed hij eigenlijk al bij die dakloze krant. Hè. Daar heeft hij ook mee opgericht. En dat je dus mensen die helemaal aan de onderkant staan, dat je die wel het gevoel geeft dat ze belangrijk zijn en ertoe doen. Dat is eigenlijk het begin van de oplossing van de armoede volgens mij.
Ja, ik kan me daar wel in vinden. Ik denk dat hij juist dat heel erg aankaart en laat zien van hé jongens, misschien heb je geen geld, maar dat betekent niet dat je niet een waardig mens bent dat in deze wereld mag rondlopen en niet iets kan betekenen voor anderen. Ja.
Dat zie je ook in Sierra Leone, hè, waar hij die kinderen ontmoette in die mijnen, die allemaal gewoon verkocht waren om daar voor een dubbeltje per dag te werken en zo. Daar kan hij zo slecht tegen. En dan houdt hij eigenlijk ook op om journalist te zijn, wat hij toen was, maar dan gaat hij gewoon helpen.
Ja.
En geeft hij die kinderen niet alleen wat meer geld en zo en een toekomst, maar ook hun eigen waarde terug. Dat vind ik echt mooi.
Ja, ik kan me nog herinneren uit een documentaire dat hij op een gegeven moment zei van hé, zeggen al die kinderen van, willen jullie naar school? Hij vroeg niet van, willen jullie geld hebben? Nee, hij vroeg aan ze, willen jullie de mogelijkheid hebben om jezelf te kunnen verbeteren? En hij gaf ze ook zeg maar de doelen om dat te kunnen doen. En de middelen om dat ook waar te maken. En dat is wel heel erg bewonderenswaardig.
Wat denk jij waarom hij dat doet? Ik
denk dat als je zo erg geeft aan andere mensen, dat andere mensen helpen, eigenlijk ook jezelf helpt.
Waar ik zelf altijd zo'n hekel aan heb, is dat heel veel mensen cynisch doen. Als iemand helpt, dan zeggen ze ja, maar dat doet je om er zelf beter van te worden. En dan denk ik van ja, maar op zich is het toch ook voor iedereen dan het beste? Ja. Als je andere mensen helpt en je wordt er zelf ook beter van.
Maar zelfs als je zou zeggen van dat hij er beter van wordt, ja, misschien hij heeft een naam gekregen en hij heeft publiciteit gekregen, maar het is niet alsof hij nu zeg maar ergens in een mooi huisje in Amsterdam-Zuid zit. Hij gaat wel gewoon zelf naar alle locaties toe en helpt waar het nodig is.
Het is ook prachtig om te zien hoe hij echt geniet. Hè? Als hij daar als de chief wordt binnengegaan, chief oude dibbes. En dan zie je al die mensen eromheen dansen. Maar hij straalt. Ik bedoel, zo'n grote straal zie je eigenlijk bijna nooit.
Nee, ik denk, wat ik er in ieder geval van zijn manier van praten meekrijg, is dat het hem ook echt heel veel voldoening brengt.
Direct kom jij Sander tegen. Hè? Die loopt natuurlijk zo trots als een pauw. Wat ga je zeggen tegen hem?
Ik denk als eerste gefeliciteerd. Ik bedoel, hij heeft toch zeg maar een geweldige prijs gewonnen. En dat moet ook wel gewoon erkend worden, denk ik. En ik denk dat ik hem daarna eigenlijk ga vragen van, joh, wat wil je hierna doen? Wat is het volgende wat je eigenlijk wilt bereiken?
Heel veel succes.
Yes, dankjewel. En bedankt voor het gesprek. Tot ziens.
Zet hem op, hè. Ja, wat Sander de Kramer zo bijzonder maakt en waarom hij deze prijs ook echt verdient wat mij betreft, dat is dat hij twee dingen aan elkaar koppelt. Van de ene kant een waanzinnige bravoure en dat die mensen echt helpt, dat hij daadwerkelijk daadkrachtig is, heel goed. Maar van de andere kant is hij heel slim in dat verbinden met media. Dus zorgen dat ook andere mensen geraakt worden daardoor. En dat doet hij schaamteloos, dat doet hij frank en vrij, blij fladderend en dat maakt hem zo bijzonder. En eigenlijk, ik haat het woord, maar het is bij hem van toepassing, dat maakt hem uniek.
Sander de Kramer, congratulations. Please meet your fellow Rotterdammer, Demi Randami.
Hi, first off, congratulations to everyone for receiving their awards respectively, and specifically to you, Sander. I mean, you just received the Freedom from One award. It's quite a big achievement. How do you think that such an award will impact you and your field of humanitarian aid specifically?
Well, thank you very much. I'm so glad to meet you, and I'm happy to see you. And I'm very happy that you have such much interest for what we are doing. So I'm very happy to see you and to meet you. I think there's a paradox in getting a prize, in getting an award, because I think there are many people in the world who deserve an award. So I like to dedicate. I told in the film as well, in the video. I would like to dedicate this award to all volunteers in the world, because the volunteers in the world are so important and sometimes underestimated. But I think that without the volunteers in the world would fall apart, and so many things would really get distracted. So I'm so happy and so proud to dedicate it to fellow volunteers, because what we do in Africa, our work is all on voluntary base, because we believe in that. We believe in the voluntary base. We are getting bigger. We are now quite a big organization, but we believe in small projects like building the schools for the less privileged, so for the most vulnerable children in Africa. So it started with the diamond children. We're digging up for diamonds all day. And when I saw that, I came there as a journalist in 2007 in Sierra Leone. I was so much touched by these orphan children digging the diamonds for not only 10 cents a day, for less than 10 cents a day. And they were working themselves to death with those big bellies, hunger bellies, Udeem bellies. And I thought, I'm not gonna get this. I'm not gonna let this happen. I will do anything that is in my power to get these children out of the diamond mines and to get them to school, because I think every child in the world deserves a good future, has the right for education, and that's so much important. So I hope that this award that it will happen, that our organization will even much more be appreciated, and that companies or people will support us, because without the support of the people we cannot do this. And step by step we will change the lives of more and more children in the world.
That's also what I admired most about you. You're such a people person. And yeah, that's also what I wanted to ask. Because you're oh, hi to your wife. She's also very important. That's
a volunteer.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a. You don't see you.
We have a technical problem.
But can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah. So then.
Yeah, there you are.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so what I wanted to ask you, or basically what I wanted to state, is that you're so much more than just another white savior. You're really one of the people. And do you think that building onto those existing structures that are already there, instead of establishing new ones, is really the key to sustainable and lasting environmental aid? Well, humanitarian aid.
Well, what I believe in with my whole heart is that I believe in helping people helping themselves, because I don't believe in helping like we are here as a help organization and we help the local communities. No, when I first came to Sierra Leone, I came there as a journalist, and when I saw these terrible things in the diamond mines, I said, hey, if we want to make a change here, I'm of course not going to sleep in a hotel that costs the whole community. I can get food for the whole community. So I want to live like you live. So they built me a traditional house of mud, and that was going to be my house. I've been there now for 50 times in Sierra Leone, and I sleep in traditional houses, eating the food what the local people eat. When I wash in the morning, I go to the river and I wash myself. So I'm at the same level. I'm at the same level. I'm not more, I'm not less, I'm just the same level, and I appreciate the people like they are and who they are. And I think that is a very important key to make a difference somewhere, to go on the same level and not go there as a savior to say, hey, I'm going to help you. No, it has to happen. Something has to create. Our motto is togetherness, because I believe in the togetherness. I believe that we can do it. Only we can make a change when we do it together, when we put the hands together and make a difference. And after 50 trips to Sierra Leone, 135 trips to Africa, I believe more than ever in this philosophy that you have to put off your Western glasses and listen to the people. So when they crowned me a chief as well, traditional leader, like it's like a mayor in Africa, I was very proud and happy because of that, because they accepted me in their community as one of the community members, but one of the community members who also lives in Europe, but is there to support and to give assistance to the local people in every possibility there is, in every possibility I have. And that's, I think, the key of development. The key of development is not giving the help in the traditional way, but helping people helping themselves. You know, this is maybe a good story. I was, a couple of months ago, I was in Sierra Leone, and it was deep in a remote area, and the whole community was suffering from hunger. But there was a river, so the fishes were swimming. The food was actually really swimming, and they could see it. They could even touch it, but they couldn't feed themselves because they didn't have, the poverty was so extreme that they didn't have the money to buy nets, to buy fishermen nets. So they didn't have the tools to go for the fishes. So what we did is I asked them the question, what would you think is the best idea to get you out of poverty? And it was their idea to provide them, the men, fishermen nets, the ladies, I gave them money to salt the fish that keep left, and the other group of women, they were selling the fishes on the market. So within 1 week, for not only $10,000, within one week, we had a whole community from hungry, extreme poverty, to self-reliance. And in those moments, I think, hey, what has happened here? Why didn't people before come with this idea to talk to the people, to go to the same level and to ask the people, what can we do to change your life? I think that in the past, it happened too often that the helping organizations the charity organizations were really coming with an idea of how they wanted to help the people. But I believe in mixing with the community, being on the same level, not staying in a compound or in a hotel or anything. No, you have to believe in the togetherness. That's what I believe in. What do you think?
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think it's so much more important to not see yourself as better than the people you're helping. Because it's not about you, it's about them. And you should really find a way to make it about them, but also not completely disappear somewhere in a corner, but you got to be there with them and kind of become one and the same. And I think that's something that you do really well. You've done, of course, a lot of work now in Sierra Leone. And I heard that the next project that you're going to do is going to be in Congo. And people at home might now think, oh, they really want to help you some way, but I mean, they can't all hop on a plane right now. Also probably wouldn't be the smartest idea. So how do you think that people at home can contribute in their own small ways to the cause?
Yes, well, thanks to the help of organization, of companies, and thanks to the help of people like just ordinary people who believe in what we are doing, we can do this. And we all know now that in Congo there's a big scandal going on, and that is that the coltan, that's the material of mobile phones, but also the cobalt, and that's the material of electrical cars. And those two products, they are made and they are dug up by children, like I saw in Sierra Leone in the diamond mines. And everybody knows it, but nobody acts. And that is really touching my heart. I think that someone has to be the first one who says, I don't take this. I cannot live with this. I will take the action because I want to make an example here to the world, to all the big phone companies, the big electrical car companies, to say, hey, we can't take this anymore, because these are all children. They are exploited. They're really exploited. And when that happens, I get a feeling I need to act. I really need to act. So indeed, we are going to Congo, and we're going to get these children out of the coltan and cobalt mines to get them to school, because every child has the right for education, to go to school. And you know what is the special thing? I noticed that when I'm in Sierra Leone and when I ask the children who were in terrible circumstances, sometimes they were working in the prostitution at the age of 14 years old because they are orphan, and all they can do is sell their own body just for survival, just to survive. And we took them out of this situation and sent them to school. And I believe in that someone has to be the first one who says, we are not going to take this. We are fighting this, and we are going to make a change here. And we are going to send these children to school, because if you ask the children, they all want to go to school. And the special thing is, if I ask the children in Sierra Leone, what do you want to become later? They all say, I want to become a doctor, or I want to become a nurse, or I want to become a teacher. And then I say, why do you want to become a doctor? And they say, I want to become a doctor because you have helped me, and I want to help in my turn. I want to help other children who are now in circumstances that I used to live in. I want to make the change like you did. And that gives me so much energy and so much passion, because these children are the future presidents. These children are the future leaders of the country. They were in terrible circumstances, but now they are the future leaders. And I believe in these children.
Sander,
that's why I give all my energy to them.
Sander, let me bring in the chat from the Youth Council from Borselen, who is actually the only town in our country with a nuclear plant. They've got a question about your mother, who's apparently one of the main leaders who inspired you. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, that's true. My mother, when I was a little boy, she already told me, if there is a possibility to help somebody, you should do that. And she said, if there is any injustice you see, you can fight it. You have to fight it. You have to stand up for people who cannot stand up for themselves. So at the age of 8 years old, when I was 8 years old, she took me to a big protest, a big demonstration for the Indians, for the Native Americans who were chased from their land because there were expensive minerals found in their land, their holy land. So they were just chased away by the government and by organizations, by big companies. And she took me to this demonstration, to this happening, and I felt that something very big was going on. We were just with a small group of people, but I felt that this was a very big thing and that we were working on something very, very important. And that is something she always gave me, that the information that if you can do anything for somebody, stand up, do it, and believe in yourself. If you have a dream, believe in it and do it. And those were the lessons that I got as a little boy. At the age of 7 years old, I was selling my own toys outside of my house. I was selling those toys to other children for only 10 cents or 20 cents, and what we required was going to the children of Romania, for example, who were very poor. And my mother told me they were very vulnerable, so I was going to help them by selling my own toys to people. I organized bicycle races, like for example in my hometown and in Rotterdam. I organized small bicycle races for only 10 cents. Children had to pay 10 cents and they got a drink, Roos Vizé, that's a syrup drink, and with that money that was going to the good cause, to the children of Romania, for example. So it is since a little boy that I have this heart and this passion for the most vulnerable children and people of the world.
Well, thank you so much, Sander de Kramer, and also Demi de Randami. We're now heading into the last of the 4 freedoms. Again, a negative freedom, a freedom from fear. And a man intimately acquainted with fear, sadly, is this year's winner, Leoluca Orlando, the mayor of Palermo in Italy.
I decided to fight against the mafia because I discovered that the mafia was against me. I discovered that it was not possible to live a normal life as a young student, as a professor in the university, as mayor of Palermo. It was not possible to live a normal life. We consider today the most relevant injustice of Europe is to accept the genocide of people just trying to reach Europe. To welcome migrants is not only legal, moral, correct, it's even convenient. We need them, not only they need us. I wish to say thanks to all the persons during my experience of life helped me just to change myself, to change Palermo. I'm just proud to receive this prize that is not given to me. It's given to all the people that I met physically or culturally, just sharing a vision, just sharing the idea that to change is possible for everybody. In Palermo, it was possible. It must be possible for everybody in any country in the world. Being free from fear.
The freedom speaker for the Freedom from Fear this year is author and rapper Masih Hutak, one of my favorite writers. Great book against gentrification. He talks to Zeeland rapper Bram van Banu, also known as Sykes.
Hey Bram, goed je te ontmoeten, man.
Is gelijks. Ik heb al een aantal dingen over je gehoord, maar tof om je in het echt te zien. Man.
Ik had ook wat dingen van je gezien, maar ik ben eigenlijk wel benieuwd, man. Wie ben je eigenlijk en wat doe je?
Mijn naam is Bram, artiestennaam is Sykes. Ik ben vernoemd naar een meneer die mijn ouders heeft geholpen met het opbouwen van het bestaan in Nederland. Mijn ouders zijn gevlucht vanuit Angola. En ja, ik ben dus vernoemd naar Bram/Abraham.
Jouw ouders en hun vluchtverhaal komen overeen met mijn vluchtverhaal. En dat is ook de reden waarom we hier eigenlijk zijn, toch? Voor de uitreiking van de prijs van de vrijwaring van angst die de burgemeester van Palermo heeft gekregen, Leoluca. Jij gaat hem straks spreken.
Ja.
Hoe vind je dat?
Ja, ik ben normaal niet echt een persoon die heel snel zenuwachtig is. Maar omdat Leoluca een dusdanige legend is, heb ik wel gezonde spanning.
Ja.
Ik moet eerlijk bekennen dat voor deze prijsuitreiking kende ik hem nog niet. Dus ik ben heel erg blij dat dit initiatief er ook is.
Ja.
Want ik heb me nu dus ingelezen en nu weet ik precies wie hij is en wat hij doet. En oh mijn god, ja, wat een legend.
Vertel eens even wat hij doet dan.
Ja, ik vind het echt een baas. Hij is dus de burgemeester van Palermo, Sicilië. En hij zet zich in. En heeft zich heel veel ingezet voor vluchtelingen, immigranten. Dus echt gewoon voor de vrijheid van hun.
Ja.
En hij omarmt eigenlijk de immigranten in plaats van dat hij zegt van hey, jullie moeten wegblijven.
Yes.
Dat is eigenlijk een mening die niet heel erg populair is.
Ja. Naast dat hij de migranten verwelkomt, bestrijdt hij ook de corruptie en de maffia. En dat komt hem ook duur te staan met zijn privacy en veiligheid. Maar hij kiest ervoor om dicht bij zichzelf te blijven, zijn mening te geven. En zich uit te spreken in een klimaat wat eigenlijk helemaal niet denkt zoals hij denkt.
Ja.
Die heel anders kijkt, die eigenlijk de hele tijd bang is voor mensen die er niet uitzien zoals jij. Die niet van eenzelfde culturele achtergrond zijn zoals jij of zoals hij. En hij is niet bang.
Ja, het is meer dan terecht. Want normaal wanneer ik denk aan zeg maar, de legends, om het even zo te zeggen, dan denk ik eigenlijk aan mensen uit het verleden.
Ja.
Dus Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, et cetera.
Ja.
Maar Leoluca is gewoon iemand die dit nog steeds doet. Ja, dan ben je echt een motivatie voor andere mensen.
Die legends en die inspiratiebronnen zijn ook hier en nu.
Precies.
En dat betekent dat wij dat ook kunnen zijn. Toch? Met wat wij weer doorgeven en de vrijheden die wij hebben gekregen beschermen en weer net zo goed of nog beter het liefst doorgeven. Maar ze staan wel echt onder druk.
Ja.
Hoe ga jij daarmee om?
Ik rap zelf ook. En ik denk dat veel meer mensen die een platform hebben zich moeten uitspreken over bepaalde dingen. Over maatschappelijke dingen bijvoorbeeld. Net zoals Leoluca bijvoorbeeld heeft gedaan.
Ja.
En ik denk dat veel meer mensen dat moeten doen. Maar dat ze bang zijn voor de gevolgen. Dus ik denk dat heel veel influencers in Nederland zich niet uitspreken over bepaalde dingen. Omdat ze dan zoiets hebben van misschien kom ik dan in de problemen.
Ja.
Misschien ga ik dan fans verliezen.
Ja.
Dus ja, ik vind wel dat influencers dat meer moeten doen. Want de jongeren die kijken heel veel op naar de influencers.
Ja.
Dat zijn de mensen die hun het meeste beïnvloeden. Meer dan hun ouders, meer dan de tv zelfs.
Meer dan politici.
Meer dan politici
leraren,
zelfs, leraren, et cetera. Daarom denk ik juist dat zij ingezet moeten worden om meer maatschappelijke dingen te bespreken.
Ja.
Maar ja, je moet het wel durven.
Ik denk dat het tijd is dat je naar hem toe moet gaan en hem moet spreken.
Ja.
Ben je zenuwachtig?
Ja, wel een beetje natuurlijk. Want ja, het is, je spreekt dit soort figuren spreek je niet elke dag, om het zo te zeggen. En ik wil eigenlijk gewoon heel graag ook aan hem vragen van wat heeft het gemaakt dat u bent zoals u bent? Wanneer is dat gaan borrelen? Was dat toen u klein was of is er iets gebeurd in de jeugd waardoor u dacht van hé, ik kan niet tegen onrecht?
Ja.
Dus ik heb wel een aantal vragen die ik hem echt zou willen stellen. Dus ik heb wel wat gezonde spanning. Zeker omdat ik me ook besef dat hij gewoon een van de legendes is die ook de geschiedenisboeken in zal gaan.
Ga lekker naar hem toe, man. Ik ga kijken. Succes, hè?
Ja, dankjewel. Ik is goed later.
Ja, en Leoluca is voor mij een voorbeeld van iemand die op een positie van macht die macht durft te bevragen en de afspraken die we met elkaar hebben gemaakt durft te herdefiniëren. Want grenzen zijn natuurlijk niet iets natuurlijks. En het is beleid, het zijn afspraken die we met elkaar hebben gemaakt. En ik vind het heel inspirerend dat hij zichzelf en eigenlijk ook zijn stad durft te vrijwaren van angst en durft te kiezen voor liefde.
Mr. Mayor, Leoluca Orlando, congratulations on your award. Please meet Bram van Banu, also known as Sykes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that it's really a pleasure to meet all of you, and I want to congratulate you all. I don't speak Italian, unfortunately, but a friend of mine told me, he gave me a message that I should send to you, and he told me, auguri con questo onore. So that's what I would like to tell you. The first question that I would like to ask you is, what was the specific moment that you felt you needed to row against the current?
Goedemiddag en bedankt. Good afternoon and thanks. Just to start, and I wish to say thanks for your words, for your attention. And I just wish to say that I think that nothing is so beautiful like freedom. Nothing is so beautiful like life. To combine life and freedom is a vision, is one way to live as well as possible. And I think that my life was just on the way to love the life and to be free. Free of speech, worship, free from want, fear. May I tell you, free of identity and free from identity. Free of identity. Identity for me is a human right, is a free choice. I'm not Palermitan because my father and my mother were Palermitan. I am Palermitan because I decided to be Palermitan. And I'm completely against the law of the blood. So I can say freedom of identity and freedom from blood identity, blood-based identity. I think that we are all free. We are all human beings. We belong to one race. I am a racist. I am racist. I defend the only race existing, the human race. Who makes distinction between races, he prepares Dachau and Auschwitz. And we have 8 billion of identities. Dear Bram, you have a different identity than I have. But I have a different identity from my brother, from my father, from my sister. So I think that the global world let us, give us the opportunity to live just proud to have an identity and just loving the life. You asked me when I started. I think that I started every day of my life. It was a long way to understand that it was not possible to respect the life, was not possible to respect the freedom, was not possible to respect my life, was not possible to respect my freedom living in a city governed by the mafia. It was not possible to free. It was not possible to be alive. So I decided to fight against the mafia. But I'm not against the mafia. It's the mafia against me. The mafia against my right to live free and to live well. And there's one day, 6th January, not 1941, when President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke about 4 freedoms, but was 6th January 1980. When the president of the region, Piersanti Mattarella, was killed by the mafia. By politicians. And I could not say no. To the brother, to the wife, to the friends, they told me, you cannot accept that Piersanti will die a second time. You are a young professor, 30 years old. You have never met the politicians who killed Piersanti Mattarella, and you are pretty crazy. Yes, because I was pretty crazy. I occupied the faculty of law when my father was the dean. Then I went to Germany, to Heidelberg, occupied the faculty of law where the dean was not my father. I could not say no. And I dedicated all my life just to let Palermo not to be governed by the mafia. The mafia still exists in Middelburg and in Palermo, in New York and in Palermo, in Hamburg and in Palermo. My mafia does not govern the city of Palermo. In this chair, where I'm sitting now, where normally mayor's friend of mafia boss. And there was one that was not mayor, a friend of mafia boss. He was the mafia boss. In the same time, mafia boss and mayor of the city. Do you understand? Yes. The terrible situation. So I appeared to be a crazy. I was crazy. And it's very, very nice that today I receive an award. Somebody telling me with a so prestigious prize that I'm wise. So I say to young people, don't worry to appear crazy. Try to be crazy in name of your identity, in name of your freedom, in name of your life. This is just the message I wish just to send. And speaking so, I discovered that it's not enough to respect the law. Because in many cases, the law violates the rights. The law violates the rights. We have many Italian law violating the rights. Many European law violating the rights. The rights of the so-called migrant was awful word.
Thank you very much for your answer. I really like the answer. And I also think that people should more think out of the box. And that's also the reason why I respect you as much as I do, because you're not afraid to voice your opinion. And I think a lot of people are scared to say what they think because they think other people will look at them like they are crazy. The next thing that I would like to ask is, you just mentioned the mafia. Do you think that there is a connection between you giving refugees a warm welcome and your issues with the mafia? Do you think there is a connection between these two?
There is, of course, a connection because mafia does violate the human rights. And the migrants sent to us the message that we have to respect the human rights. So I think that not to respect the human rights of the migrants is exactly like the mafia not respecting the human rights of the citizens.
Exactly, yes.
So may I tell you that the sufferings of the migrants are the same sufferings of the Palermitans when Palermo was governed by the mafia.
Yeah, I really like it because words can describe my amount of respect for you, because my parents are also ex-refugees. So because of people like you, they are living the life they are living, and that makes it possible for me to stand here. So that's one thing I really want to thank you for from the bottom of my heart. Then I have another question for you, sir.
May I say thanks to you because you being a very famous rapper, you send a message that the human rights means to be visible. To be visible. Because we need to let the migrant be visible. Yes. Because when somebody is invisible, it's dangerous for himself, for the others. So I give to everybody in Palermo, concretely, the anagraphic residence.
Yes.
And having an anagraphic residence, they are visible. They can rent an apartment not in black, they can just have a job not in black, and they can pay the taxes. They are visible.
Exactly. So that's also why we should empower each other, like things like this, because I'm a rapper, you're also doing what you do, and I think that's the way to go. People that have a huge reach, they should talk more with each other more often to improve our reach and to make more statements like this. Then I have another question for you. Who inspired you when you was young yourself?
Who was fighting? We were really single persons. We were single persons inside the different building of the city. I was completely isolated inside the city hall. And many prosecutors were isolated inside the justice palace. Many police were isolated inside the police headquarters. Many priests were isolated inside the church. And each of us started just fighting not against somebody being in front of us, but fighting against somebody being near and behind us.
Yes.
In the same building. It was just an explosion of contradictions. And we let explode the contradiction inside the different palaces. And I cannot forget the so many friends fighting against the mafia who died. I wish just to say them thanks. Mission accomplished. But we need just to go forward, not to let useless their sacrifice.
Mr. Mayor Orlando, there are plenty of questions coming in from the audience. I'd like to pick out one from Erwin Mooije. He's asking, how did you contribute to increasing the social and political engagement of your citizens? And what helped most in converting this engagement into action?
First of all, I have to say that Palermo is a really exciting and safe city. Really exciting, because it's something like a mosaic of different colors, different dimensions, just living together in harmony. And this is a safe city. It's considered the safest city, big city in Italy, just in comparison with the inhabitants and the single crime. But what is the richness of Palermo is the community, the community. Our slogan, if I can say slogan in positive way, our slogan is, I am a person. It means alternative to egoism, alternative to individualism. And we are a community, alternative to the belonging to a closed group, to a church, to a family, to a party, to a clan, to a class. And Palermo is a really living city. We have a lot of problems. A lot of problems. We are exciting, safe, and not expensive. Not expensive. It means that we have many economic problems. I know. Monte Carlo is really expensive because there are no poor persons. We are not expensive because the economic problem that we try just to overpass, to solve, and the tourism, international attraction of the city, the message that we respect human rights, the message that is a mayor, Catholic mayor, who was the first mayor in Italy just celebrating the wedding of two homosexuals, and a mayor who just organized the largest gay pride in South Europe, but respecting the human rights of everybody is the message that we wish just to send. Therefore, I say thanks, just because behind the shadow you have seen just what is happening in Palermo. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mayor Orlando. And also thank you, Bram van Banu. As we're now setting up the stage for our final chat with Henrietta Fore, I have one question for Maria Ressa, if you allow me. I was listening to your talk, and I think this is also a question to Mayor Orlando in a sense. And I was wondering, does an award like this, what does it actually do for you? I mean, you said earlier it's an encouragement, but does it act as a sort of a protective layer, or is that too much honor for an award?
Not at all. You know, our battle began in 2016. And I think that if you didn't pay attention, if the world didn't care, it's so much easier for power to crush us. We're still alive. So I hope that, you know, what I've learned is this is a shield of some sort, right? It's our ability that you care, I hope, gives more courage to our people as well.
Yeah, because it's the the fear that you have had to learn to live with. If anybody watching this is grappling with a similar danger, what was the best advice you got?
Look, the future is going to be created now. And I think, don't live with regret. I mentioned earlier, silence is complicity. Let's not voluntarily give up our rights, because you hold it not just for yourself, but for your children and your children's children.
Thank you so much. I think our screen is back on, and well, 3:30 minus 9 hours should be 6:30. It's fantastic you're still with us. Henrietta Fora. In 2020, the Secretary General, António Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, launched a call to action, putting dignity at the core of the United Nations work. Could you talk a little bit about how the 4 freedoms may help to achieve that goal, that behind that call to action?
Yes, it's a very important time for the United Nations. It's a time when our multilateral voice can be heard in many different fora. So the Secretary General come out with a letter. And so let me tell you the areas that he focused on. They all reflect the 4 freedoms. The first is the urgent achievement of sustainable development. And you can read in there the freedom from want, the access equally to resources and to opportunity. And then he went into a trio of areas: protection of all people regardless of their circumstances, tackling the gender inequality, and ensuring robust civic space for everyone. So you can see there the freedom of speech and the freedom from fear. It is there. We are fighting hate speech and misogyny and exclusion and discrimination and violence all over the world, but he is calling on us to fight against it. And then he added 2 areas that we did not see as clearly in 1941 as we do now. The first is creating a healthy environment for future generations. As we all know, the climate challenge is one that is a real threat, not just to the millions of people that are living on this planet now, but to future generations. And it is an issue of the young that has been passionate and powerful. And the last area that he mentioned was ensuring a safe digital world. And we did not see that in 1941. We did not know what lay ahead. But as you've been hearing among the laureates, the amount of fake information, the amount of disinformation, the violence that is online is something that this generation needs to be able to deal with. So education will be a key for this, and all of us being guardians of this very powerful tool of the digital online world is going to be extremely important. And then the Secretary General ended it with saying that all of us should be pitching in together. As you know, human rights and dignity are really not available for half of the world's population. And Joris, you've been out there in the world and you know what this is like. So all of us, everyone, needs to spend some time out in that other half of the world that does not see the same human rights and dignity that many of us have, whether we are in Middleburg or in New York or somewhere else around the world.
Yes, I can't agree more. Is that you have to experience life outside what is called the West to know the West. Just maybe like Maria was saying, that you only discover who you are by fighting for it. Is that you have to step out of your bubble. Listening to you, I was reminded, we've both been around for a little while, and I remember in the 80s, in the mid-80s, there was a similar period of just dark. The economy was going down. There was AIDS. There was nuclear devastation seemed around the corner. And I'm wondering, how did we pull through? Because there may be lessons there for this time and era.
That's a very interesting idea, Joris, and I think it is one well worth thinking about and studying. By living through it, I can tell you that there is in each one of us a wellspring of strength that makes you come back from whatever difficulties and dark times there are in your own personal life or in your family or with all of your friends, your classes, your community. And it is that strength that we need to call on today. At the United Nations and at UNICEF, we are absolutely intent on coming out of the COVID-19 period stronger than when we went into it. It's a time when you can re-envision the world. What could it be? What might it be? And that dream and working toward that dream gives you a completely different outlook for today's world. I mean, let me just mention one. We dream that every school in the world could be connected to the internet. And that means that every learner could be connected. Can you imagine what that could do? We could have a world that begins on a much more equal level for every child and young person. It's going to be their world, and couldn't we give this to them? We could do it now in the next 2 or 3 years because of technology, the lower satellites that are up there, the Wi-Fi. But every one of us will have those sorts of dreams, things that we think we could accomplish now. So if we listen to each other, if we study, if we gather a few friends around, couldn't we actually put them into place? Couldn't we create some solutions and work on them together and come out of COVID-19 stronger?
Hey, that's so beautiful. I was going over, as I was preparing for this talk, I was looking at your CV, which took me quite a while. There was a lot to see. And I was thinking that there may be young people watching this who are in university or still trying to make up their minds what to do with their lives. What would you tell them?
Oh, go out and see the world. The cultures of the world are a thing of great beauty, and the people of the world. So spend a few days, years, volunteering, work for something that is bigger than yourself, help someone else, and it will change your life. And Jonas, as you know from our lives and the lives we've been hearing from these courageous and passionate laureates, it has changed all of our lives. It has made us champions to do something more, to leave the world a better place. So I would hope that everyone come out here and join us. Let's go change the world together.
Henriette Fora, I'm beginning to think what you must be like in the afternoon when already this early in the day you have so much energy. Thank you so much for being with us today. And of course, thank you. This brings us to the end of the meetup. Thank you so much, dear laureates. Maria Ressa, please stay safe. Yeah. Sander de Kramer, please keep doing what you're doing. And also safe, of course, but I think the threat level is lower. Azza Karam, please keep spreading the message. Thank you so much to put out that message that we need to hear day in, day out. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Orlando, for making Europe proud.
Thanks. Let's love life and let's love freedom. Thanks.
Thank you. And of course, also a very warm thanks to our freedom speakers, as well as those watching at home. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your questions. Check our website over the coming days as it fills up with answers to your questions over the coming weeks. Do stay safe. Thank you very much for being with us over the past 100 minutes. And who knows, maybe next year we'll be here in person again. Let's hope so. Thank you very much.